Out with the weather this week. Gorgeous weather here at the ballpark. Temperatures heating up as the Cubs and the Giants wrap up a 4-game series. It's the Hyundai leadoff man on WGN. Hi again, everyone. I'm Len Casper. A lot of energy in the ballpark. Cubs, of course, will welcome in the White Sox tomorrow here on WGN. But first things first, they'll try to earn a split of this 4-game series against the National League West leading San Francisco Giants. What a ball game last night. Maybe the best game of the year. It was tight throughout, and the pitchers dominated. The Cubs had an opportunity in the 4th inning after Blake DeWitt started with a double, then the wild pitch by Tim Lincecum, but he struck out Soriano. Johnson intentionally walked Giovanni Soto, and then he fanned the pitcher Ryan Dempster to get out of it. Eventually the Cubs would get on the board, and Ryan Dempster didn't need a whole lot. This was maybe his best start as a Chicago Cub. He didn't complete it, but he did get into the ninth, at one point retiring 20 Giants in a row. Cubs would get on the board in the 7th inning. Blake DeWitt had a very nice game offensively. An RBI hit, scoring Carlos Pena, who had started that rally with a double. And the Cubs lead 1-0. Dempster got knocked out, a pinch hit double by Pat Burrell. Eventually, Emmanuel Burris against Carlos Marmol. Bill Hall, the pinch runner, scores. It's 1-1. Ryan Dempster gets a tough no decision. The Giants dugout pretty excited. But the game-winning hit off the bat of a guy pinch hitting for the first time all season. Aramis Ramirez got a hanger from Sergio Romo on an 0-2 pitch. Tony Campana's in. Cubs win 2-1 the final as they improved to 2-2 on this tightly packed 8-game, 7-day homestand. And you see the numbers. Tim Lincecum, 9 strikeouts, gave up 1 run. Ryan Dempster again continued to make pitch after pitch after pitch. No walks, 6 strikeouts, and the 1 run allowed. So today it'll be Matt Cain for the Giants, Carlos Zambrano for the Cubs. And as we go to break, let's check in on our Chicago and Northwest Hyundai Dealers Spotlight. And it reminds us to check out the award-winning Hyundai Sonata and the all-new Hyundai Elantra at myhyundai.com. Hyundai Leadoff Man, brought to you by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers. Check out the award-winning Hyundai Sonata and the all-new Elantra at myhyundaichicago.com. Now the Daily Cubs minor league report. Congrats to Brian LaHare, John Gobb, and Wellington Castile. They've all been selected to the AAA All-Star game. Rebel Riddling hitting .303 on the year for Double-A Tennessee. And at Daytona, right-hander Angel Guzman coming back from shoulder surgery with a 2.45 ERA in the minors. Another week of interleague play. The Cubs will get back to interleague play tomorrow as they welcome in the Chicago White Sox. And let's take a look at the Major League news and notes for today. If you want to vote for your favorite Cub, the All-Star game voting ends tonight on MLB.com at 10:59 Central. How about the New York Mets? 16 runs last night, 52 over their last 4. They're now 2 games over 500 as they go for the sweep. Milwaukee's Ryan Braun with a career-best 19-game hitting streak, but the Brewers have lost the first 2 games of their series. At Yankee Stadium, they're 1 up on the Cardinals in the NL Central. Time now for Bob's AutoZone tip of the day. Let's do it again. After that win last night, the Cubs go for 2 in a row. The tip of the day brought to you by AutoZone. For the auto parts, accessories, and advice you need, get in the zone. AutoZone. Brought to you by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers. Check out the award-winning Hyundai Sonata and the all-new Elantra at myhyundaichicago.com. This is Game 6 of a 9-game season series with the Giants. Cubs are 2-3 versus San Francisco, and they will head to AT&T Park the final 3 days of August. But again, everybody looking forward to the Crosstown Classic, which resumes tomorrow here at Wrigley Field. We are on the air at 12:30 with Showdown in the City. Dan Roan will be on hand. And once we get started at 1:20, Edwin Jackson will go for the White Sox. Randy Wells for the Cubs. The White Sox and the Cubs tomorrow here on WGN. A couple of very good friends chatting on the field. Eddie Vedder and Kerry Wood, who's expected to come off the DL tomorrow. Giants and Cubs are next. From the friendly confines of Wrigley Field in Chicago, WGN Sports brings you Chicago Cubs baseball. What a scene that is. The Giants and the Cubs will wrap up a 4-game series as we welcome Cub fans from all over the country watching on WGN America, America's home for baseball. Hi again, everyone. Along with Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. Hot today. Wind might be blowing out for a change, believe it or not, as the Cubs wrap up the month of June. We've got a little good and a little bad for the month of June, Bob.
Well, fortunately, more good recently. The club is playing a lot better baseball, some more solid fundamentals, more energy on the field. A lot of that has to do with Carlos Pena hitting the ball up in the seats with regularity. Starlin Castro just continues to roll along, racking up hits on a daily basis. And Ryan Dempster's had a good month, including a tremendous outing last night.
And as you see the downside, the Cubs wrapping up the month with just 10 wins. They will turn the calendar tomorrow as the White Sox come in. But again, first things first, Carlos Zambrano will try to beat the Giants, and he's done a good job of that in his career.
He's had a pretty good career against the San Francisco Giants, and for Carlos recently, his starts seem to come down to one bad inning. He's pitched very well before and after that one bad inning. Hopefully he'll be able to eliminate it in the ball game here today.
Matt Cain, when we're used to seeing him, bad record, good ERA because of lack of run support, but he actually 7-4 this year.
Yeah, and 3-0 in his last 6 starts against the Cubs, coming off back-to-back solid outings. 14 innings, only 7 hits, and 1 earned run his last 2 times out.
So the Cubs today try to follow up yesterday's thrilling win. And do you believe in momentum, or is it all about how the starting pitcher fares?
I'm a believer in starting pitching, and hopefully Carlos Zambrano will pick up right where Ryan Dempster left off last night. We talked about it. It's as good as I've ever seen Ryan Dempster throw the ball. Hopefully Zambrano was paying close attention to how Ryan went after this Giants lineup.
In terms of the Cubs roster, Darwin Barney came off the DL yesterday. Kerry Wood will be back tomorrow. Marlon Byrd probably by Monday. So the Cubs aren't 100%, but they're pretty close to that. Let's send it down to the field now for our national anthem.
And Heather Horton as she honors America with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, the Cubs had some fun last night as Aramis Ramirez in a dramatic spot came up with the game-ending RBI single. We'll see what transpires today. The Cubs hosting the defending world champion Giants. Next. Chicago Cubs baseball, brought to you by Bud Light Lime. The just right taste of Bud Light with a refreshing splash of 100% natural lime flavor. Pepsi Max, the official soft drink of Major League Baseball and your Chicago Cubs. 0 calories, maximum Pepsi taste. Ford, the newest vehicles on the road are now at your local Ford store, like the all-new Ford Explorer, SUV, 100% reinvented. Visit localfordstores.com. Ford, drive one. And by the Illinois Lottery. Play the Wheel of Fortune instant game from the Illinois Lottery for a chance at $250,000. Chicago Cubs baseball in high definition is brought to you by Xfinity, only from Comcast. You see Carlos Zambrano already working up a sweat. It's hot, especially compared to last night when the wind was blowing in. And it's going to get a little hotter the next couple of days as well. As the White Sox come in, 79, but in the sun it feels a lot hotter than that. As the Cubs take the field behind Carlos Zambrano. Weird series for the Giants offense. 19 runs in a doubleheader sweep on Tuesday. 1 run, 5 hits last night in a 2-1 loss. Torres, Burris, Sandoval 1 through 3. Pat Burles in left. Nate Scherholz has had a big series and good numbers against today's Cubs starter. Brandon Crawford's at short. Miguel Tejada at third. And the battery of Whiteside and Kane go 8 and 9.
And let's check out how the Cubs take the field defensively today behind Carlos Zambrano. Brought to you by Pepsi Max, the official soft drink of Major League Baseball and your Chicago Cubs. 0 calories, maximum Pepsi taste. It'll be DeWitt, Campana, and Fukudome across the outfield today, left to right. Aramis Ramirez, one of the stars of the game last night with that big 9th inning RBI base hit to win the game. He's back in the lineup at third base. Castro and Barney will make up the double play combo up the middle. The red-hot Carlos Pena over at first base. Coy Hill doing the catching today for right-hander Carlos Zambrano. Record stands at 6-4, ERA at 4.38 on the season. Has surrendered 9 home runs in 111 innings this year, and today's the kind of day you definitely want to keep the ball down and keep it in the ballpark.
Set the umpires for you. DJ Rayburn will get the plate. Runge, McClellan, and Barrett, the veterans around the bases. Three switch hitters to start it for San Francisco. As we mentioned, Carlos Zambrano 5-1 in his career against the Giants.
We're talking to people close to this Giants ball club. They say that the offense that the Giants featured in the doubleheader to start this series was the aberration. Last night is more what they're used to seeing, a really struggling offensive ball club that relies heavily on their strong pitching and good defense.
Here's the 1-0 to Torres. That's a knee-high fastball at 88 to make it 1-1. A foul pop back to the seats. Officially the wind blowing in out of the east at 6 when the first pitch was thrown.
It's a thin wind, however, Len. We watched batting practice today. Both teams regularly reaching the bleachers, occasionally reaching the street.
A piece of equipment came off, I think, the home plate umpire. Coy Hill is pointing to DJ Rayburn saying you lost something.
Yeah, it could be those extender pads. The umpire's shin guards have a pad on the inside and the outside of the ankle to protect that bone, and it looked like one of those protective pads came off.
Carlos Pena makes a catch as Torres lines out. We want to let our AT&T Uverse viewers in Chicago and around the country on WGN America know that during every Cubs home game this season, if you go to channel 780 or HD channel 1780, you can see a special multi-view presentation that shows you all our different live camera angles here at Wrigley Field. It's pretty cool. So if you want to direct the game along with Skip Ellison, give a look to AT&T Uverse channel 780 or HD channel 1780. Burris tied the game with a base hit off Carlos Marmol in the ninth. It wasn't a terrible pitch. It was a slider that was low and out of the strike zone, but Burris smacked it into center. Pinch runner Bill Hall came around to score. Cubs would eventually win it in the bottom of the ninth. And that guy was as good as we've ever seen him.
Well, you'd like to figure out why and bottle it. Oh. Must have been just off of that outside corner. Run the count to 2-2. Looked like Coy Hill was getting ready to throw the ball around the horn. Just off of that outside corner.
Full count now, 3-2. A close one goes for ball 4. Z pretty upset. Really stabbed at that ball as he got the return toss from Coy Hill after ball 4.
Well, you never like to walk anybody regardless of situation, but especially running up a high pitch count early in a game today. Big Z would like to force the Giants to put the ball in play early in the at bats. Hopefully allow him to work deep into this game.
Pablo Sandoval moves across the diamond today. He gets the start at first. Aubrey Huff getting the day off. So Miguel Tejada is at third. And the second start at first for Sandoval, close, and they didn't get him.
Well, that's a good time to pick. We've seen base runners get out there on their lead and try to peek at the catcher's signs. Man.
If he got him with a leather, it was before the fingers got to the base.
Yep.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah, those base runners get out there and try to peek in at the catcher's signs, maybe see an off-speed pitch, which is a good time to run. And occasionally, if you snap that throw over there while you're getting your sign from the catcher, you can catch that runner peeking.
49th career start at first for Sandoval. He has caught as well, but has not been behind the plate in a couple of years. 2-0 on the way. Foul tip, 2-1. Well, there was some very early speculation that maybe the Giants might consider putting Sandoval behind the plate after Buster Posey got hurt, but that quieted down pretty quickly.
I think maybe with some teams you might consider doing that, but with the pitching staff that the Giants run out there on a daily basis, you need a catcher back there that's had some experience not only receiving pitches but calling a game.
3-1.
We've talked about it throughout the first 3 games of this series. The Giants don't run a lot. They have some speed with Torres and Burris at the top. Nate Shearholz runs a lot better than you think. But with Big Z on the mound, it's going to be tough for the Giants to get any kind of a jump against him.
Burris runs and a ground ball to second, so they stay out of the double play as Barney throws out Sandoval. Here comes Pat Burrell, who came off the bench in the 9th inning last night and knocked Ryan Dempster out of the game with a double. Burrell then was lifted for a pinch runner. Bill Hall, who Eventually scored the game-tying run.
It's kind of odd that the two biggest hits arguably in the game last night were by two guys that didn't even start. Pat Burrell with that pinch hit double that you mentioned, and of course Aramis Ramirez with the game winner.
Burrell had 3 hits, 3 RBIs, and a home run in the first game of this series on Tuesday. And the 1-0 pitch right down the middle at the knees to make it 1-1. That double for Burrell, the 299th of his major league career. You see he's 8 homers away from 300 as well. 25 RBIs from a big milestone.
And Pat Burrell's been a very consistent offensive player throughout his career. I think sometimes misunderstood because he doesn't show the kind of outward fire that some people think he should have, but will give you a solid professional at bat, will take his base on balls, and if you happen to make mistakes over the plate, he can hit them a long way.
And he pops it up. And no play for Coy Hill. Burris in scoring position, bottom right of your screen. He walked with 1 out, moved to second on the ground out by Sandoval, and another 1-2 is in the dirt.
Emmanuel Burris out there at second base is getting a huge lead and a secondary lead. The Cubs defensively have Starlin Castro cheating toward the hole on the left side of the infield a little bit. Darwin Barney very deep at a straightaway position at second. That allows Burris to get an enormous lead out there at second.
Three and 2 with 2 outs. Nate Scherholtz on deck. And rattled around between the feet of Coy Hill. And we'll do it again. Giants will head off to Detroit for the weekend. Take on the Tigers. Swing and a miss. Took a lot off the breaking ball as he gets Pat Burrell to end the inning. The Cubs are coming up against Matt Cain. Pepsi Max, the official soft drink of Major League Baseball. And your Chicago Cubs, 0 calories, maximum Pepsi taste. Fukudome, Barney, and Castro 1 through 3. Ramirez, Pena, and DeWitt in the middle. Campana, Hill, and Zambrano at the bottom.
Quick look at the Giants defensively. Burrell, Torres, and Schierholtz across the outfield. Tejada at third base today. Brandon Crawford, the shortstop. One thing you can do when your team is not scoring runs is make sure the other team doesn't score. Brandon Crawford, a superior defender out there at shortstop. Emmanuel Burris at second. Pablo Sandoval at first. Eli Whiteside doing the catching today. For right-hander Matt Cain. He is definitely a workhorse. Over 200 innings his last 4 years. Narrowly missed it the year before with 190 innings. 4 complete games each of the last 2 seasons.
26 years old, 6'3", 230. Giants first round pick back in 2002. He's a good one. You probably don't hear his name enough. Mainly because of the 1-loss record. He was an all-star in 2009. That year he was the Giants' Willie Mack Award honoree in honor of Willie McCovey. And on this date, 1978, Willie McCovey hit his 500th career home run. It was off Jamie Easterly in Atlanta. 2-2 on Kosuke Fukudome. And in discussing all the Giants' offensive woes, Matt Cain might say, what else is new? He's never gotten much run support. If you go back to his first full season of 2006, he's gotten the lowest run support in the majors during that time. He's under 500 for his career. Burris throws out Fukudome. If you'd like to send us an email, it's lenandbob@tribune.com. You can follow us on Facebook and Twitter as well. Darwin Barney, second game back off the disabled list. Ball 1. Had a hit in 4 trips last night. Down the right field line, out of play. Matt Cain's career ERA, Bob, is 3.43. And he's 64 and 66. That doesn't sound right, does it?
Normally I would say he needs to work on his own hitting to help himself out, but he's a pretty good hitter. 4 career home runs. He'll get the bat on the ball most times. Boy, had a tremendous postseason last year for the Giants. Did not allow an earned run in 21 1/3 innings.
Outside corner. 2-2.
It seems like there's always one starting pitcher on a staff that gets all the runs. And then there's always another guy where the team seems to struggle to get 1 run for him. Matt Cain is that guy.
Crawford fires across. 2 ground ball outs. Starlin Castro now. Cubs starting the second half today. It's kind of a misnomer, the first and second half being before and after the All-Star break. Pretty much every year the All-Star game comes after teams have played 85, 87, sometimes more than 90 games of the season. This is game 82. And Starlin Castro is on pace to pick up 212 hits. He would be the first Cubs full-time shortstop to get to 200 hits since Woody English had 202 in 1931.
And the amazing thing is, Len, it's not out of the question that Starlin Castro could be better in the second half of the season. He's continuing to pile up experience, facing some pitchers that he's never seen before, or guys that maybe he's only seen once or twice in his career. Getting better adjusted to situational hitting, hopefully narrowing his strike zone down a little bit more. If he's able to do those things in the second half, he might put up even bigger numbers.
Tomahawk foul. I would assume they had the big fan on in the home dugout. This warm summer afternoon, and a base hit for Castro.
Just stay up that middle of the field, gap to gap, especially in those 2 strike counts. Hit it off the end of the bat a little bit, but Starr keeps his bat in the strike zone for a long time. He's going to get a lot of those soft line drives over the infielders with 2 strikes.
That brings up the 9th inning hero from last night, Aramis Ramirez, who told me before the game the first 2 sliders, which were nasty from Sergio Romo, Aramis said, I did not pick up the spin. He thought those pitches were going to be inside. They broke back over the plate in about the same exact spot. He did recognize the 3rd one, which was a hanger.
It's all about eye level. You throw that slider up there across the letters, much easier to see, much easier to pick up the rotation quickly out of the pitcher's hands. When he drives it down to the bottom of the zone, it's a little tougher to identify that pitch.
Pretty obvious what they wanted to do. Romo wanted to throw that slider off the plate, but not up like he did, and not as reachable as it was. Are you surprised that Romo didn't do that on the 0-2 pitch just to mix it up?
I think Aramis Ramirez has a lot of pitchers and catchers scared to throw their fastball. And now we know, because we see Aramis every day, he hits breaking ball strikes as good as any hitter in the National League. But you know, you whack a fastball or 2 up in the seats, the scouting report says be careful with your fastball, and so the teams tend to go after him with a lot of breaking pitches. Like that last slider there from Matt Cain, looked like it was just off of the outside corner, but they get the call from plate umpire DJ Rayburn.
Well framed by the catcher Whiteside, and a 2-2 count. There it is, swing and the miss on a fastball. 2-out single, no runs, 0-0 at the end of 1.
Just $1.89, but you don't have to remember it to love it. Prices and participation may vary for a limited time. A la carte only.
Right fielder Nate Scherholtz takes ball one. He's had a very good series. Five for 8 with a double, 3 RBIs, a stolen base, and a run. Outside, 3-0. Brandon Crawford and Miguel Tejada also due up this inning. And a 4-pitch walk. He's not a guy who walks a whole lot. Brandon Crawford bunts. The flip, and Z didn't see it. Boy, nice barehanded play, but he throws it away. Scherholtz to third, throw to second, not made by Blake DeWitt. That'll be a bunt hit for Crawford, an error on Zambrano. 2 mistakes there, Bob. Pena probably should have just held on to it, and then Z should have done the same.
Yeah, I think that was a frustration error on the part of Carlos Zambrano. Perfect bunt by Crawford. Z missed it right there. Some confusion, which is what you're trying to create on that bunt to the right side, and then this, an ill-advised throw. I mean, Scherholtz was only about a half a step around the bag at second. No chance whatsoever to get him. And as the throw gets into left field, both runners move into scoring position.
That is exactly the sort of play that Mike Quaddy, I think, was talking about the other day when he got his team together after a win. Got to shore up the defense. Cornermen in, their back up the middle, and a 1-0 to Tejada is inside.
We talked about that one bad inning for Big Z. Hopefully this is not it. Be able to right the ship here and strand those runners, but it seems like over his last 4 or 5 starts, he's had one inning like this where things have gotten away. Opposing teams have scored a couple of 3 runs.
A flare. Darwin Barney coming out, and he can't catch it. His throw to the plate, a little late. And it's 1-0. RBI single for Miguel Tejada. They almost got Scherholtz at the dish.
That's a tough play for Darwin Barney. A long way to run. You can see from the shadows he's looking right back up into the sun. Can't make the catch initially, but recovers quickly, but just not quite in time to get Scherholtz, who, as we mentioned earlier, runs extremely well for a big man. I don't know why Darwin didn't flip those glasses down. One of the few Cubs that does wear the old-fashioned flip-down sunglasses, but that time they were in the up position.
Now you see Hill had his leg out, but it moved as Scherholtz slid through. You worry a little bit, you catch a spike there, and that's trouble. And he's not afraid to stick his body in front of the plate.
A little powwow on the mound here. Not sure if this is a physical thing. Carlos kind of put his hand on his right hip and was stretching and bending. Not sure exactly what the issue is, but head athletic trainer Mark O'Neill out to the mound. Not a good sign. Now you saw Quay had that foot planted up the third baseline, however. I think that's the key. If your foot is in the proper position, even if that runner blasts through your left leg, you're not going to be exposed. You're not going to have your knee in a bad position. You can see it just blew his left leg right out of the way as Shearhole slid across the plate. Oh, no.
So Carlos is done. Marcos Mateo will come in. Mike Quaddy heading out. We'll try to sort it all out here in a second.
An insider's look at more than 97 years of history in this legendary ballpark. Guided tours may include visits to the press box, clubhouses, and dugouts, as well as a chance to actually step on the field. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Tour sizes are limited and sell out fast, so get your tickets today.
We have not received word on what the ailment is for Carlos Zambrano. And when we find out, we will pass it along. As Marcos Mateo will make his second appearance of this series. 2 solid shutout innings in Game 2 of the doubleheader Tuesday night.
Yeah, the last delivery by Zambrano, we didn't really notice anything on the pitch itself, but certainly catcher Coy Hill did. He came out from behind the chute after this pitch. He notices the way Carlos is walking around the mound there, which is something he normally does not do. Usually gets right back up, and right there you could see him stretching a little bit, had his hand on his right hip as he leaned over to the right. Hopefully something very minor for Big Z.
Looking ahead to the weekend, Kerry Wood will come off the DL tomorrow. Rodrigo Lopez was kind of penciled in to start on Sunday, but all the plans obviously would be affected by what's going on with Zambrano. Doug Davis was released yesterday. So just as the Cubs were starting to get almost fully healthy, you've got your number 2 starter leaving in the second inning. And still nobody out. 1-0 Giants. The catcher Whiteside batting with Crawford at third and Tejada at first, with the pitcher Kane on deck. Inside, and that is ball 2. Zambrano left with a 1-0 count. Mateo was just brought up, actually between games of that doubleheader 2 days ago. Swing and a miss on a fastball, 2-1. Marcos is 27, 6'1", 220 pounds. Low and outside. And it is so early. Cubs need to get 24 more outs with their pitching staff. We may see just about everybody today. 3-2.
Well, depending on the severity of the injury to Carlos Zambrano, Jim Henry may already be on the phone to AAA Iowa, just alerting Bill Dancy that maybe a pitcher or two he needs to hold out of action tonight just in case.
Tejada takes off. Whiteside swings and misses. Now Tejada's going to get caught up in a rundown, and he's tagged out, 2 away. Crawford never did get too far off of first base. Tejada was trying to buy some time for Crawford. Tejada standing on first, but he didn't realize he was called out.
Yeah, tough to tell from our angle if there was actually a tag applied, but Tejada went out of the baseline to avoid the Carlos Pena tag, so Brian Runge called him out immediately. And pointed right there. And once again, you have to figure the Giants are going to try to push some buttons, especially with Zambrano out of the game now. Maybe try to run a little bit more.
Crack bat pop up. Castro makes the catch to retire Kane. And Mateo gets out of it. 1 run. It was unearned.
Along with Mike Quaddy, log on to WGNTV.com right now and click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner to connect to all the up-to-the-minute stats and information while you're watching at home. Game Zone is sponsored by The Great Escape, pools, patio sets, play sets, hot tubs, and more.
One nothing. There's Miguel Tejada with a bloop RBI single. An unearned run as we play the bottom of the second. I think the home plate umpire, DJ Rayburn, is telling the Cubs to get those chairs up against the wall. We had a situation the other night. Coy Hill sitting in one of those chairs, didn't move as there was a foul ball hit into that area. I just want to watch the game. That's all. I want to get a better look.
And it's not a great angle from those bullpen benches. You're either turning and looking way over your right shoulder, or in the case of the Giants, over your left shoulder. And at some point in the game, you start to get a little crick in your neck. You want to move around where you get a better view of the game.
It's 2-0 on Carlos Pena. Again, halfway through the season, he's on pace to hit 34 home runs. Only Cub left-handed batter to hit at least 34 home runs. Hall of Famer Billy Williams. He did it 3 different times. 34 in 1965, 42 in 1970, and then hit 37 2 years later. Two on Pena. We had a shot at Mike Quade when the inning started. Looked like he was thinking pretty hard. Okay, Zambrano is out of the game, so he can't think about him in terms of when he takes him out because he's not in the game. But how much does he have to think about how serious the injury is? Do you use your bullpen differently at all, depending on what actually happened to Z? And by the way, it is lower back soreness, and we know how those things go. Could be minor. Maybe he'll make his next start on time. It could linger, could be de-eligible. We don't know. We just know his lower back is sore. As Pena, it's a foul pop, and there will be no play for Sandoval. Now, how does it affect the way Mike Quade manages?
Well, number one, you have to figure you're going to use pinch hitters every time you roll around to that 9 spot in the lineup, unless you make a double switch and bring in a position player along with the new pitcher. You're going to need a pinch hitter for that 9 spot every time it rolls around. And once again today, the Cubs have an all right-handed hitting bench, so as long as Matt Cain is in the game or Bruce Bochy runs right-handed relievers out there, you're not going to get some good matchups that you might possibly have been able to get.
Burrell in left makes a catch.
But the first concern, as you mentioned, is obviously how am I going to get enough innings out of my bullpen today to keep us in this ball game and give us a chance to win?
So in other words, the big picture, what am I going to do if Z can't start in 5 days? He's got to worry about that after the game.
Absolutely.
That's hard to not think about, though, isn't it, if you're Mike Quade?
Well, unfortunately, you just have to put it out of your mind. Right now, Carlos is a non-factor in this game. Obviously, we're all hoping he'll be okay and able to take the ball for his next start, but that's a problem for after the game. Right now, Mike Quade is just trying to figure out a way to get on the board against Matt Cain and patch this thing together with his bullpen.
Nice backhand by Sandoval. Again, only playing first this year for the second time as he feeds Cain. 2 down.
And Matt Cain, a real good athlete, gets off that mound quickly to hustle over and cover first, but because of the inexperience of Pablo Sandoval over there at first base, you would expect Tony Campana to test him at some point today. Try to put a bunt down the way Brandon Crawford was able to over there in no man's land, create some confusion between the pitcher, the second baseman, and the first baseman, and hopefully leg it out for a hit.
Shaw's bunt takes a strike. It was a rather eventful 9th inning for Tony Campana. It's the only inning he played last night. That one takes Sandoval right to the bag. Cubs go down quietly. They trail 1-0 after 2. the game.
Oh.
Number 34 looks familiar. Justin Wood throwing to his dad, Kerry, mom, Sarah, sisters out there as well. Cubs baseball brought to you by Xfinity, only from Comcast. Sarah Wood has joined us in the booth. First of all, Sarah, welcome back home. Not that you ever really left, although maybe a detour in Cleveland and New York, but it's so great to have you and Carrie and your kids back where you belong.
Thank you. It's nice to be back.
And a big day today, big announcement.
Big announcement. Yes, we are launching the Wood Family Foundation. We're very excited. We've been waiting for this day for about 10 years now, so it's a labor of love for us, and we're thrilled that it's here today.
Do you have business cards? You're the co-founder and executive director.
I have a business card.
All right.
Yes, we are all up and running. Our website is live today, and Carrie is actually tweeting, if you can believe it, and we're all up and ready to go.
I heard he had several thousand followers already.
Who would have thought? This whole social, it's crazy. this whole thing works, but it's great. It's nice for Carrie to update the fans on what's happening with our foundation and how they can get involved, and that's the main reason he's doing it, obviously.
You both remained very prominent in the Chicago community, even when he pitched elsewhere, but tying it all back in and being a Cub again makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Oh, it's great. You know, it's a challenge to do events when you're playing in another city, but you know, the Cubs players have always been so supportive of the events we've done over the years, so it's nice to be back, and Carrie can recruit them all for our bowling event, and you as well, and you will be bowling, I'm sure. So
the 6th annual, right?
Yes. We're excited about it on September 18th.
September 18th, the 6th annual Kerry Wood Strike Zone Celebrity Bowling Tournament. And going back to the general concept of the foundation, it's all about helping children.
It is. A few things that we have on deck right now is we are building a playroom on the oncology floor at the new Children's Hospital downtown. And we are in talks with the Cubs to build a high school stadium over by Lane Tech.
Right up the street on Addison.
It's high school baseball in Chicago is difficult. Most kids go out to the suburbs, and they're actually 4 or 5 schools are going to be able to use this stadium, so we're thrilled about that.
Very nice. Very nice.
1-1 on Emmanuel Burris as he bunts it foul.
Boy, in the playroom at the hospital, we get the opportunity every year on the Cubs Caravan to stop and see the kids, and I know how much that will be appreciated.
Oh, it's going to be great, especially on the oncology floor. That was the one that we wanted the most, because those kids aren't able to even go down on another floor. They need to be protected for infection, so it's great that they'll have a place to be kids where they're protected as well.
1-0 Giants here in the third. Ball hit hard up the middle, and that'll get through for a base hit. I don't think we gave out the name of the website.
No, it's woodfamilyfoundation.org. You can find us on Facebook. And our event is kerrywoodstrikezone.org as well. And we'd love for Cub fans to get involved and help us raise some money.
We are slated to talk to Kerry tomorrow before the game. We'll talk more about it, and we will continue to mention it throughout the summer. Again, kerrywoodstrikezone.org for the bowling tournament coming up on September 18th, the 10-Pin Bowling Lounge and Hotel Sats.
Well, I think if you need some theme music for one of your websites, I know a guy that would be willing to do that. We saw Kerry down on the field with his good buddy Eddie all morning.
Justin got to see Uncle Eddie, so it's been a while since we've seen him. So we were excited to see him and excited that he's singing on the day of our launch. I mean, perfect timing.
He and Jose Cardinal, his hero.
Oh, that's his buddy.
They will be singing a duet. We're not sure if Eddie's going to bring his ukulele up here.
He should. Have you heard that album?
Yeah. And again, Kerry slated to come off the DL tomorrow. Yes. Everybody's excited about that.
Yes, I think they're going to need him tomorrow for sure.
Yeah. If you just joined us, Carlos Zambrano had to leave in the second inning due to lower back soreness, and hopefully not serious. Runner was going, and a base hit for Pablo Sandoval, as the Giants have runners at the corners with only 1 out.
Sarah, if you don't mind, give us a little peek into your private life with Kerry in the respect of being on the disabled list and not being able to contribute to the team, as opposed to being an active player and kind of letting out some of his pent-up energy at the ballpark.
Oh, Kerry's great about not taking those frustrations home, but he, the way that things have gone for the team in the last few weeks since he's been out, nothing's more frustrating than watching the game from inside the clubhouse when you want to be out there helping. And that blister is something that's been nagging him for many years now, so we're hoping with that rest that will be the end of it for the rest of the year.
One strike to Pat Burrell. Well, you're from here, so this last winter was no big deal to you. Bob and I are Midwesterners. Your husband, however, he can make it through that winter and still want to live here. He's a true Chicagoan now.
He loved it. He was pulling our kids to the corner because we couldn't drive anywhere. Our streets were shut down. So he's pulling our kids on a sled down the middle of our street, and he just loved it. That was something else this winter.
Oh, and 2 on Pat Burrell. That's low and outside. 1 and 2. Well, I think I speak for a lot of Cub fans out there, Sarah, when I say Kerry Wood has long been one of my, if not my favorite Cub, and I think a lot of fans probably tell him and you that all the time.
Thank you.
He
has
represented this organization and the city so well.
No, it's a thrill to be back here, and we were talking earlier today, just thinking about the other places that we were offered to go, and there's never a fit. You're sitting in other stadiums when we were a home team at a different stadium, and I just wanted to get back to where we were adding up our own score and back to our home field. So it's a huge deal in our house to be back here.
Well, thanks so much for stopping by again. Congrats on the establishment of the Wood Family Foundation. We got to grab one of those T-shirts from you too. I will wear it proudly.
I've got hats.
All right.
I saw the tattoos as well. You were tattooing everybody down on the field.
We're ready.
Sarah, thanks so much for stopping by. And again, the info coming up on the 6th annual tournament. And we look forward to that on September 18th. And we look forward to Kerry on the mound tomorrow against the White Sox.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks,
Thank
Sarah.
you. It's good to see you. Thank you for having me.
That's a strike. It's 1-1. Two hits in the inning for the Giants. Mateo, however, with a chance to get out of it against Scherholtz, who checked his swing. So you've got KerrywoodStrikeZone.org for more info and to purchase tickets for the event, and WoodFamilyFoundation.org to find out more about the brand new foundation.
And a couple of great projects to kick off the Wood Family Foundation. I love the idea of that baseball stadium over by Lane Tech. That is tremendous. That'll get a lot of use.
Scherholtz way out in front, and he jerked it foul. Still 2-2. Shortstop Crawford is on deck. In the dirt as Sandoval took off for second, and Hill decides to fire to third.
Sandoval not the swiftest runner on this Giants roster, but he got a real good read that time on a pitch in the dirt. As soon as he saw that ball headed for the dirt, he was off towards second base. Really no throw necessary at second right there, but a good idea by Coy Hill to pump fake to second base just to see if you could get Burris coming off that bag a little bit too far.
Yeah, good scoring change by Don Frisky, the official scorer today. He originally called it a wild pitch, but it almost looked like a delayed steal. So Sandoval does get a stolen base. No wild pitch. And a 3-2. And a pop up. Blake DeWitt will one-hand it, and that'll end the inning. They strand 2 in scoring position. 1-0 Giants in the 3rd. Cubs trail the Giants 1-0.
Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN TV is sponsored in part by Mega Millions and now Powerball from the Illinois Lottery. Friday's Mega Millions jackpot is $105 million, while Saturday's Powerball jackpot sits at $20 million.
Coy Hill, who hit a game-tying home run as he got the start in game 1 of the doubleheader the other day. It was off Ryan Vogel's-song. Second home run of the year as he gets his first AB this afternoon. By the way, 4 years ago yesterday, you may remember a big home run hit by Aramis Ramirez. That was a game-winning homer. Francisco Cordero, and turned around the Cubs 2007 season. Got off to a very slow start under Lou Piniella. I think the win only got him to within like 6.5, but they really never looked back after that game.
But it seems like good seasons always have a turning point, or a game that turns your season around. And there's no question that that game when Ramirez went deep against Coco Cordero was the turning point of that season.
Hill lines into right for a base hit. And Marcos Mateo will be asked to lay down a bunt. He has 2 career plate appearances. He is 0 for 2 with a strikeout.
You'd like to see him bunt that ball to the first base side, or at least deaden it far enough away from the catcher Eli Whiteside to allow Coy Hill to move into scoring position for the top of the order.
And he foul tips for strike 1. With the adversity this bullpen is facing today, if somebody like Mateo can really step up, that can give your whole team a big lift. However, even if he gives you a long outing and pitches really well, you're still probably going to have to make a roster move. because it's going to make him and maybe even somebody else unavailable tomorrow. Even with Kerry Wood coming back, you might have to bring somebody else with him to the active roster. He gets it down, and Tejada will get it to first.
Nice.
Burris covering. Wrigleyville Rooftops has premier seating for up to 200 guests for corporate gatherings, family reunions, and bachelor or bachelorette parties. Individual and group tickets are available for all games. For more details, go to WrigleyvilleRooftops.com or call 773-248-ROOF. First time the Cubs have had a man as far as second base. Brewers are trying to avoid being swept in New York, and it's not going well. They're down 4-0 in the top of the 8th. That one just missed the outside corner.
Well, in that ball game last night and the way this one seems to be shaping up here today, I like to call it a 90-foot war. Try to get a guy on base, move him up 90 feet into scoring position, hopefully move him up 90 feet more to third base and find a way to get him in. Good take that time by Kosuke. Off-speed pitch from Matt Cain, just fading off of that outside corner. Very tempting, but Kosuke able to lay off.
In that game in New York, Ryan Braun has extended his hit streak to 20 games. He's 3 for 3, but again, they're being shut out by CC Sabathia. Tapper foul. Yankees looking for their 5th in a row. They've also won 14 of 18. A 2.5 game lead in the American League East. Brewers only 1 up on St. Louis. Cardinals have gained 2 games in the standings the last 2 days. Ball 4.
Kind of an indicator of what's going on in the National League Central this year. On our stat pack that we get every day, they list the wins and the losses and the percentage and the games behind, and then there's a column last 10 games. The Brewers, the Cardinals, the Reds, the Pirates, all 5-5 in their last 10 games. The Cubs are 4-6, and Houston 2-8. But that's that kind of call it balance, call it parity, call it mediocrity, whatever you will. Nobody's able to really take too much advantage.
And Milwaukee 29-11 at home. If they lose today, they'll be 12 under on the road. Missed again. This time in the dirt. Cardinals released Ryan Franklin yesterday, their former closer. Pirates are hanging in there, just 3 games back. Houston with the worst record in baseball, and right now a 5-game losing streak. Two on and a 2-0 count on Darwin Barney. Here's a pitch. Fouled back to the screen. 2-1. Matt Cain is from the South, grew up in Alabama and later Tennessee, and never did live in a town growing up with a population above 3,000. So San Francisco, a little bit of a change of pace. Bloop base hit into right. Coy Hill is going to be stopped by Ivan De Jesus. And the bases are loaded for Starlin Castro. Well, Bob, I love the base running by Coy Hill. He does what you want all base runners to do. He put his head down when that ball dropped. He ran as hard as he could, and as he rounded third, he picked up his third base coach. He didn't assume he was going to be stopped until he saw Ivan De Jesus put up his hands.
Or probably equally as important, he didn't assume he was going to be sent. You don't really know what's going on when that play is behind you like it is right here, but there you see Coy Hill gets his head down, hits the bag, and then picks up his third base coach. Ivan De Jesus had both hands raised over his head. Coy slams on the brakes, and the Cubs have it cooking here with the bases loaded for Castro.
Swinging strike. They got Kane in a jam here. Inside. Good block by Whiteside. 2-1. Matt Cain grew up in a 50-acre farm. Just trying to figure out how much 50 acres would cost in downtown San Francisco.
Matt Cain would probably have to pitch
like the whole city.
Yeah, he'd have to pitch for 50 years to be able to afford that.
Three balls and a strike with the bases loaded. A tight ball game here early on.
Players use the term keyholing a pitcher, and that's what Starlin Castro needs to do right now. Look for one pitch in one zone. We know he can put just about any pitch in play if he wants to, but make sure it's a good one. Oh, got a good pitch to hit that time, just fouled it off. (2-0, 3-1), sometimes full counts. That's when you really have to look for a specific pitch. Now with the 2-strike count, Starlin Castro will go back to doing what he always does, is put the bat on the ball if it's close to the zone.
Waves and a breaking ball off the plate. A little too aggressive. Two away. That's one of those where you go back to your hitting coach and he looks at you and the hitter goes, I know, I know, I know.
It's a common thing. You put guys up to the plate with runners in scoring position. Everybody wants to get that big base hit, put some runners on that plate. But you have to understand who the pressure is on in that situation. Pressure's on Matt Cain. Ramirez didn't like that pitch. Little slider out toward the outside corner. Yeah, maybe one of the red seams caught the corner of the plate.
Came back inside that time. Cubs are still looking for their first grand slam. 1-2. Tell you what, if Ramirez can get a hold of one to the pole field, the wind will help it.
Yep.
With that in mind, Kane probably is going to stay away from him. They're going to go up. 2-2.
Well, the Giants know that Ramirez can cover pitches off the plate away, as he proved winning the ball game last night on a slider that was probably a good foot off the plate, but elevated.
Bouncer, and it's picked up by Burris, and Kane finds a way off the hook. The Cubs lead them loaded. In the third, they trail 1-0.
Member of the Cubs Club, the official fan club of the Chicago Cubs. This year's Cubs Club features a new Bleacher Crew tier and an improved Marquee tier. Members will enjoy exclusive perks, experiences, and merchandise throughout the 2011 Cubs season. There's never been a better time to join, rejoin, or give a fellow Cubs fan the gift of a Cubs Club membership. To join today, visit Cubs.com.
Well, an opportunity wasted for the Cubs in the third inning against Matt Cain. So still 1-0 as Brandon Crawford, who's 1 for 1, leads off the Giant fourth. Mateo's 1-1 pitch, sharply hit ground ball in the area of Starlin Castro. Gets his counterpart Crawford. From now through September 25th, Potbelly will be offering the Dempster Chocolate Oreo Shake in an effort to raise funds to increase awareness and education of 22q, chromosomal abnormality that Ryan Dempster's daughter Riley was diagnosed with soon after her birth in 2009. 50 cents from the sale of every Dempster Chocolate Oreo Shake, as Castro gets another opportunity and throws out his hero Miguel Tejada. 50 cents from the sale of every Dempster Chocolate Oreo Shake sold during this time from all 4 Wrigleyville area stores will go to the Ryan and Jenny Dempster Family Foundation. That's great.
Boy, that's
a good shake too.
Easy way to help out right there.
So 2 down. And a 1-0 count on the catcher, Eli Whiteside. Make it 2-0. Kane on deck. Lifted high in the air, bringing Campana in, and he's going to take it. And the inning is over. Mateo's done a nice job. Still 1-0 San Francisco.
The 2011 Chicago Cubs baseball season on WGN is brought to you by Bud Light. The sure sign of a good time. Here we go.
Well, because of the injury to Carlos Zambrano, lower back soreness, right-hander Marcos Mateo had to enter the game in the 2nd inning, making his 43rd career appearance, and this is a career-high 3 innings pitched. Well, he's done a wonderful job to keep the Giants right where they are. And now it's up to the offense. Mateo struggled here during his first stint this season, and his numbers were not good at Iowa. An ERA of over 6, but this is the best stretch in his last 2 appearances we've seen from Marcos Mateo. Five scoreless innings. And the thing is, he's only had to make 35 pitches to get through these 3 innings today.
And because of the circumstances, as long as he's pitching effectively and is in no danger of injuring himself physically, I got to believe Mike Quadage is going to keep running him out there.
And I believe Giovanni Soto and Alfonso Soriano have been helping translate. He does speak some English, but just helping Mark Riggins and Marcos Mateo with that communication.
I mean, you extend a guy like Marcos Mateo, as you mentioned, a career high in innings pitched today. As long as he's effective, as long as his mechanics are still good on the mound, you're not going to be able to use him tomorrow, maybe the day after anyway. So you may as well go ahead and extend him as long as he can pitch effectively and not risk an injury out there on the mound.
Full count on Carlos Pena with Blake DeWitt on deck.
Well, that being said, Mateo's spot is due up 5th in this inning, and if Mike Quade has an opportunity to possibly score some runs, that'll probably be the end of the day for Marcos Mateo. He'll give way to a pinch hitter, but Pena goes down on a check swing on the 3-2 pitch.
Time now for the Chevy Youth Baseball League of the Game. Today we want to recognize Dick Wickstrom Chevrolet for their support of the Roselle Medina softball and baseball. Dick Wickstrom Chevrolet and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers are supporting leagues and young ball players in their communities through the Chevy Youth Baseball program. From the big leagues to the youth leagues, Chevy is truly the official vehicle of baseball. Backhanded play. Pablo Sandoval, Kane covering the bag. They get Blake DeWitt. Two outs. It's Tony Campana. I'm just looking at Marcos Mateo's Iowa game logs, his last 10 appearances. He only went as much as 2 innings one time. So he has been a pretty short reliever this season at both levels. Has not made a start at either level this year.
Campana once again showing bunt on the 0-1 pitch, and Kane drops a slider right in there for a called strike. Got a battle now.
And he waves at strike 3. Kane followed up that tough 3rd inning with a 1-2-3 4th. As the Cubs wrap up this set with the Giants. Matt Cain fouls back. He's got some pop. 4 career home runs. Fastball strike. 95 from Mateo. One, two. Swing and a miss. Nice slider to get Kane. It's his fourth strikeout since coming in the second.
Even against the opposing pitcher, you throw that 95-mile-an-hour fastball. You get the guy to speed up his bat a little bit and then take a little off a slider on the outside corner. Everybody's going to be susceptible to that.
Foul tip. 1-1 on Andres Torres. Any way you can to stay cool today.
I'll take that one to walk up the aisle.
And he could not hold up. That's a strikeout. Good job by Coy Hill. Just apply that tag, ask questions later.
Marcos Mateo in quite a groove, throwing every pitch right where he wants to. Gets the check swing on a pitch in the dirt. And you're right about that catcher. Get the ball, tag the runner, and then ask questions later.
So with 2 outs, it's Burris who has walked and singled. And he deadens that bunt. Mateo will barehand and get him. What a job by Marcos Mateo. But the Cubs still trail 1-0 to the Giants. Of Subway throwing out a ceremonial first pitch with his Starlin Castro jersey. And hey, Chicagoland viewers, how would you like to win $5 footlongs from Subway? Just be the 500th texter to text Subway to 97999. Go to WGNTV.com for complete info and rules. Outside to Coy Hill. Marcos Mateo is on deck even after 4 shutout innings. He's already tied his career high with 5 strikeouts. 2-0 pitch is in there in the outer third. Boston went into Philadelphia Hitters Ballpark and scored 1 run in the first 2 games of that interleague series. The Red Sox lead the Phillies 5-0 in the 9th in the series finale. Adrian Gonzalez played right field for just the 2nd time in his career last night to accommodate David Ortiz with no DH. Gonzalez back at first today. Cole Hamels had to leave the game after 4 innings. Got hit in the hand by an Adrian Gonzalez comebacker. It was his right or non-pitching hand. 1 away here in the Cubs' 5th.
When you play the Wheel of Fortune instant game from the Illinois Lottery, you could win 1 of 5 top prizes of $250,000 or 1 of over 52,000 additional prizes ranging from $50 to $1,000 instantly.
Mateo gets the crowd up momentarily as he flies out to Torres in center.
Well, his 4th plate appearance of his career, made solid contact, hit a deep fly ball to center, and gets some high fives from his teammates for it.
That's worthy of it.
Yep.
Mark Burley doubled last night for the White Sox, and then about 8 seconds later got picked off. White Sox did win that game on an A.J. Przinsky sac fly. Is that the exterminator spraying for bugs? No.
No,
it's just water.
Misting down the fans out there in the bleachers today. I'm sure that feels very good right about now.
Mets have scored at least 14 runs 3 times in their last 4 games. But as you know, that kind of a stretch just doesn't last, especially when you have to face Justin Verlander. And it's 5-1 Detroit in the top of the 8th. Verlander went 7. Rough day for Mike Pelfrey. He gave up 5 runs, 4 earned, and 4 2/3. Final in New York. The Yankees swept the Brewers 5-0 the final today. CC Sabathia got his 11th win. I believe that leads the majors. Line shot, and it'll get down in front of Sherholtz. CC Sabathia, the first pitcher in baseball to get to 11 victories.
First knock of the day for Kosuke. He did draw a walk back in that 3rd inning when the Cubs loaded him up and were unable to push across a run, but a 2-out knock into right field here.
If Verlander gets a win in Detroit, he'll also get to 11 wins. Now, you don't think ace when you think Matt Cain, but I'll tell you, I'd put him in that area. And that's why the Cubs really wasted a chance in the 3rd inning. He's the type of pitcher, and he's had an elevated pitch count today because of that inning in particular. That ball popped out of the mitt as Fukudome was running. It'll be a stolen base. But, Bob, you just don't know how many strong chances with less than 2 outs you're going to get against a guy like Matt Cain.
I think perception is everything too, Len. We talked about it repeatedly with Tim Lincecum on the mound last night. We didn't know how many opportunities you were going to get, but we have rarely mentioned it today with Matt Cain, even though he is right in that same class as far as stifling an offense and keeping his team in a ball game.
He's got 13 career complete games. Talked about the ERA over the years, and I think the biggest reason his career high in wins is only 14 is because of that lack of run support. He's going to give you 32 to 34 starts a year, well over 200 innings. Barney late on that swing, and he fouls it off. 2-2.
And all the split numbers are good for Matt Cain with runners in scoring position, and 2 outs. And just about every category other than wins and losses would tell you that he is one of the premier pitchers in the league.
And going back to what you talked about, he's been a big game pitcher with that unearned run streak or earned run streak. In the postseason last year, Crawford backhands and gets the out. Over 21 innings without an earned run for Matt Cain in the postseason last year. Matthews Band Caravan, July 8th through the 10th at Lakeside, featuring a full headline set by Dave Matthews Band each night, along with performances by David Gray, Ray LaMontagne, OAR, Kid Cudi, and many more. Single day and 3-day tickets are on sale now at dmbcaravan.com. Brought to you by Bud Light. Here we go. Pablo Sandoval. Foul strike as we get into the 6th inning. Now some action as Marcos Mateo starting to near the end of the road here. James Russell is up. Some lefties back-to-back, Sherholtz and Crawford potentially in this inning. Sherholtz for sure. High fly to center. Should be no problem for Tony Campana. Don't forget to check in on our WGN baseball blog on WGNTV.com. I have a post on last night's scintillating affair. Kelsey Grammer sings a stretch. Check that out. He did a great job. Game notes from Stats. Always lots of photos and much more at WGNTV.com. Other interesting notes from around baseball. The Nationals have announced that there will be a salute to military families on Tuesday, while the Cubs are at Nationals Park, and the First Lady will be on hand, Michelle Obama. She will not throw out the first pitch, but will be on hand. Low on Pat Burrell, 2-2. Bob will be in the nation's capital on the 4th of July.
It happened 2 or 3 years ago with the Cubs as well. One of the greatest fireworks displays I have ever seen, sitting on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial.
Called strike 3 to get Burrell new career high. 6 strikeouts for Mateo.
The new Bud Light Bleacher Series provides fans with exciting new opportunities in the Bud Light bleachers this season, including free T-shirt Mondays, $3 12-ounce draft Bud and Bud Light Tuesday nights, and $1 Vienna Beef Hot Dog Wednesdays. Tuesday night special is also available in select locations in the seating bowl. For more information and to purchase tickets, as always, visit Cubs.com.
It's not raining. That's sun protection.
Yeah, a little shade probably feels good out there in the bleachers right now. Well, between the mister and the umbrella, that guy's in pretty good shape.
Crack bat bouncer. Darwin Barney off balance throw. Marcos Mateo with 5 shutout innings in relief. Game summary. Visit your local Honda dealer today to test drive the 2011 Honda Cross Tour, available with 4-wheel drive. Miguel Tejada with a bloop single in the 2nd inning. That's the only run to this point. Carlos Zambrano left in the 2nd due to a back soreness, and Marcos Mateo has more than picked up the slack. 5 shutout innings, 2 hits, a career high 6 strikeouts. Diving stop, Burris from his rear end, he gets him. What a play.
And we talked about it when referring to Brandon Crawford at shortstop, but the same thing goes for Emmanuel Burris. When your team is built around pitching, you better have good defense. The Giants have made some sparkling defensive plays in this series.
Ramirez pops foul. Back to the seats. Looks like Jeff Samardzija will get the 7th. Torres flips down the shades, makes a catch. Well, you'd love a 2-out rally here, Bob. Get a couple of runs and get Marcos Mateo a chance at a win.
Absolutely. Hey, fans, follow the Chicago Cubs with the MLB.com at Bat 11 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Get live audio, pitch-by-pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text at BAT to 31826 or visit Cubs.com for details. Yeah, and you'd really like to get at least a couple, 3 hitters past Carlos Pena here in this inning before you get the 3rd out to give Mike Quade the option of making a double switch when he brings Jeff Samardzija into the ball game. You don't figure to take Carlos Pena out of the game should he make the last out here in the 6th inning, but if Blake DeWitt or Tony Campana would happen to make the last out, that would make it an easy double switch for Mike Quade. And that's providing he wants to get more than 1 inning out of Jeff Samardzija today.
Well, no matter the result of this game, whatever happens from here on out, first thing Mike Quade they're going to talk about, and he'll be asked about Carlos Zambrano, but he'll add Marcos Mateo was the story today. He saved this bullpen. And has given the team a chance to win.
Yep.
And the Cubs again don't have an off day until the break. From a week from Sunday is the final day of the first half. By the way, today is social media day around baseball. And if you follow the Cubs on Twitter at Cubs Insider, Cubs and Giants are playing each other on Twitter, a hashtag battle they call it. So check that out. Outside, he's run it full. And you can email us, LennonBob at Tribune.com. Follow our Twitter account and Facebook as well. Cubs are running Facebook sweepstakes. You click like on the Cubs page, you're eligible. And a ground ball is going to be handled by the shortstop, Crawford, who was on the first base side of second. 1-0 San Francisco after 6.
Bud Fan Cam. That's a house band for the San Francisco Bay Area. The Grateful Dead with a touch of gray. That's our Bud Fan Cam. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds.
Jeff Samardzija trying to continue the stellar bullpen work started by Marcos Mateo. Facing Brandon Crawford here. Again, former Cub Jose Cardinal and kid who grew up rooting for him, Eddie Vedder, will conduct the 7th inning stretch.
Well, that'll make 2 kids that grew up rooting for Jose Cardinal. He was a member of the Cleveland Indians for a couple of years when I was a youngster growing up back in Ohio. I was a big Jose Cardinal fan.
Jose was a Cubs Player of the Year in 1973. Led the team in batting, doubles, and stolen bases. 4-pitch walk to start the Giants' 7th. Let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN. Pitching coach Mark Riggins looks on as Jeff Samardzija will try to get a double play ball off the bat of Miguel Tejada, who blooped a single to right in the 2nd inning, scoring Nate Scherholtz, and that's the only run to this point. Strike to first. Crawford back. One-0 pitch, a strike, 1-1. Miguel Tejada getting the signs from Tim Flannery at third as James Russell grabs a ball for the 2nd time today. Club foul to left. Tranley DeHaven watching the game in Portsmouth, Virginia today. We hope you're feeling better, Tranley.
Check on Brandon Crawford just to make sure he's not getting out there with a walking lead and try to take off on first movement. He's only stolen 1 base this year. He's been caught 3 times.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Comeback splitter there. That one started on the outside corner, worked its way over the heart of the plate and down to get the swinging strike from Tejada.
Low for ball 1 to Whiteside.
Now, Whiteside is a guy that Bruce Bochy has used to play hit and run with some in the past. Pretty good contact hitter. Doesn't do a lot of damage with the bat, but capable of moving that ball to the right side should they start Crawford over there at first.
Looks like 2, 4 to 6 to 3. Eddie Vedder, Jose Cardinal take it away.
Today's guest conductors for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, rock music legend Eddie Vedder and former Cub Jose Cardinal.
All right, Cub fan, I'm back. That's me. All right, let me hear everybody. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the ground. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jam. I don't care if I never get back. For it's room for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes to hard the old ball game. Let's win this game. Come on, let's win. We need some run.
That was a treat.
Yeah, it was.
Jose Cardinal, and as I said, the kid who grew up rooting for him. He's still a kid at heart. Eddie Vedder. Hi, Eddie.
Hey, guys. Beautiful day. Jose, he's back.
He's back.
God, he's something else.
Blake DeWitt will pop it foul. Check out the first pitch. You caught it today, right?
I hope I did.
Well, we're doing a pregame, so I had my back turned, but heard the big ovation, and what a thrill.
I was calling for the knuckle.
All right.
It never feels routine for you to be standing on Wrigley Field, is it?
Just to be in here. I can drive by. I can fly over it and get the chills. It's just great to get an opportunity to be here at least once a year.
It backs up Sandoval. He will get it to Kane. How about Blake DeWitt? 3-1, 3-1, 3-1. And the last time you were here, we saw Kerry Wood warming up in the bullpen, your good friend, and you're here today, and he's coming off the DL tomorrow. So anytime Kerry has any sort of injury problem, if you show up, he comes back.
Yeah.
It's true.
The day after the show.
Right.
So does that mean do you think he's injured just maybe so he can see the show and then he's better after?
We'll have to ask him that tomorrow.
We'd prefer to think that you're the healer. You show up and everything gets better.
That's what we should go with. For sure. I'd be proud of that. The fixer.
Tony Campana takes a strike.
Eddie, how did you become so attached to Jose Cardinal? I assume it's from the fantasy camps, Randy Hundley's camps?
Oh, no. Well, I was attached. I was a 7 and 8 in first right field and then in left field. You know, Jose was, the those are the cheap seats that I could get into. So hey, that was the closest player I could see up close, and plus he had an afro that reminded me much like the groups that I were listening to at that time, which was Motown and Jackson 5. He was about the closest you could get to the Jackson 5 and a ball player. And he just was colorful and number one, and still is number one for me.
2-1 to Campana. Foul.
You know, and now he calls me on the phone. You know, oh, here we go.
It's missed by Oliver. Oliver got a slow start, and Jose put it over his head, and this ball.
Look at that run. See, he's like a leopard. His shoulders don't move.
2 outs in the inning, and it's Coy Hill, and you have a bag of things.
Oh, you know what? All it is, I just wanted to show you guys. We played in Philadelphia real quick.
Okay.
We closed down that building called the Spectrum.
Yeah.
And we played 4 nights in a row. We tried to play all the songs that we pretty much played in our. We tried to do everything we could live. So it was hundreds of songs or something, or a couple, 120. So I used the pen.
The 4-color pen?
That was the only way I could create the 4 days of set list.
Oh, that is awesome. Catch made by Pat Burrell. We just want to show this when we come back. Can you hang for a couple minutes?
Oh, yeah.
Hang for 2 minutes with us, Eddie. Thanks. Sure. We'll be back with Eddie Vedder in a second. Before we let Eddie go, he was talking about the 4-color pen, and we gave him a few last time he was here. And this is that set list, closing the Spectrum. You got all 4 colors right there. That's beautiful. And Eddie, I know you always want to talk baseball when you come here. We have to pull it out of you, but we're going to let you plug. Please tell us about the ukulele album and a big anniversary for Pearl Jam.
Okay, yeah. I've been playing uke around the country a little bit. Nice theaters. Got to play here in Chicago, the Chicago Theater, and it's nice playing these kind of old-time songs in these old-time buildings, and then I can grab a guitar and get it a little bit louder towards the end. But the crowds have been great, and I think it's just an interesting kind of listen. It's a different way to write songs.
Everything you do is interesting. It's true. And we appreciate you stopping by as always. And let's see if the Cubs can come back here in the last couple of innings. And thanks for the gifts.
Don't have to. No worries. I'm always thinking about you guys.
Always appreciate it so much, Eddie.
See you. Thanks, man.
Take care, Eddie.
Thanks,
the best and a huge Cub fan, Eddie Vedder. And it's the 20th anniversary of their 10 album. They're going to release a documentary this fall, have a concert at Alpine Valley over Labor Day weekend. It's up in Wisconsin. What a great venue. All right, we've got to split the Pearl Jam box of CDs.
When you talk about a box set, that is a real box.
Fly ball to straightaway center off the bat of Aaron Rowand, and it'll be Tony Campana. The official 2009 World Tour box set. So I believe they recorded all of their shows.
Nice.
Put it on CD. That's awesome. We've got music to listen to for the rest of the year.
Always comes in handy.
And again, ukulele songs released on May 31st. Second solo album by the great Eddie Vedder. Big swing by Torres. And a foul tip, strike 2. Sean Marshall now working. Rowan was batting for the starter Matt Cain, and Torres could not hold up. 27th annual Cubs convention takes place at the Hilton Chicago on January 13th, 14th, and 15th, 2012. Rooms are available now by calling the Hilton Chicago 312-922-4400 and asking for the Cubs convention rate. Weekend passes go on sale in early November. For more information, visit Cubs.com. Nice job, Jeff Samardzija. After the leadoff walk, he came back, struck out Tejada, got Whiteside on a double play ball to end the 7th quickly. 2 strikes on Burris.
A nasty back foot slider from Sean Marshall looks like a strike. By the time that bat gets into the hitting zone, Coy Hill's digging it out of the dirt.
Picked up by Pena. Marshall covering. Inning over. Giants go into their bullpen in the bottom of the 8th, 1-0.
WGN is your home for fireworks on the 4th of July. Catch the fireworks from Navy Pier and more of the 4th of July celebration Monday night with Chicago's Summer Blast at 9:30 here on WGN right after the 9 o'clock news.
Sergio Romo took the loss last night. Setting up for Brian Wilson. Aaron Rowan stays in and plays left. So Romo goes into Pat Burrell's spot in the lineup. Soriano fouled that one off his front leg as he's in a pinch hit spot.
We talked about Romo in the ball game last night. Throws a lot of sliders, but starts the sequence here with back-to-back fastballs to Soriano. He fouled that one off his leg. Still trying to shake it off.
Fly ball to right. And it's routine for Scherholz. 1 out. Matt Cain was pretty darn good today. 7 innings, 4 hits, no runs, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. His last start, he went 7 innings, gave up 4 hits, no runs. Chance to finish June at 5-0. I mean, if it weren't for Cliff Lee, he'd probably be the pitcher of the month. But because of Cliff Lee, he won't.
Unfortunately not for him.
Nor will anybody else. Cliff Lee has that one locked up. 1-1 to Kosuke.
Yeah, fortunately for the Cubs, Marcos Mateo, Jeff Samardzija, Sean Marshall have been able to throw zeros up on that board after the Giants scored 1 in the second. Still got a chance here. Need a runner.
Fastball strike on Fukudome. Swing and a miss to strike him out. Time now for the Cubs' upcoming schedule, brought to you by Lincoln. It's not just luxury, it's smarter than that. Feel smarter at Lincoln.com. Join us early, 12:30 tomorrow for Showdown in the City on WGN. Game time 1:20. Dan Roan will be on hand. White Sox and Cubs again Sunday on WGN at 1 o'clock. Called strike to Barney. Each team with 4 hits. And they have all been singles. Still blowing from right to left. Slider strike.
Where Andres Torres really playing Barney short in center field. If he could get a line drive right over the second base umpire's head, it would roll forever to the vines. It probably end up a sure double, possibly a triple.
Was talking with Mike Quade about outfield defense before the game, and that used to be his primary concern other than third base coach. And sometimes you'll have an outfield alignment that looks unbalanced, but there are so many charts available, data available based on where guys generally hit the ball. And obviously the Giants know that short right center is where Darwin Barney likes to hit it. Fastball outside. It's 3-2. Based on our experience, I think that's right. Of course, he could pull one into the gap in left center, but that's not generally his game.
Right. And the big variable is the pitcher's command. If you're going to overshift your defense one direction or the other, it's incumbent on that pitcher to make the pitches necessary to get the hitter to hit the ball into the defense.
A 3-2 with 2 outs right down the middle, and he got it by him. Romo goes 1-2-3 to the ninth. 1-0 Giants. Day for these two teams. Give the credit to the pitchers on both squads as James Russell will get the ninth. And the only run is unearned today. Another great band leader in American rock history, Brian Wilson. And that's the other Brian Wilson.
Yeah, the other Brian Wilson, very musically gifted, but doesn't have very good stuff. You bring up a good point, Len. Occasionally offenses will be overly aggressive or swing at bad pitches, poor approach at the plate. I think today it was all about the pitching, starting with Marcus Mateo for the Cubs and everybody that's trotted in and out of that bullpen since. And with the Giants, it started with Matt Cain and continued with Sergio Romo. Just a really, really well-pitched game today.
2-2 to Sandoval. Bill Hall on deck. Pena has room. And Hall will hit for Romo.
Been a rough offensive year all the way around for Bill Hall. However, one of the 2 home runs he has this season came off the bench as a pinch hitter.
$38,158 on hand. As Hall looks at strike 2. Getting set for a big weekend of White Sox Cubs action to finish up interleague play. That's low. 2-2. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th. Castro, Ramirez, Pena. 3, 4, and 5. But they'll have to do it against Brian Wilson, Major League saves leader. Deep to center. And caught by Campana.
James Russell, quite a role of his own lately. He's really done a nice job since going back to the bullpen full time. As a relief pitcher, 24 1/3 innings coming into today, giving up only 18 base hits, striking out 18. And a clean inning here today.
Barney to Pena. Sure holds solid. Giants done. A bullpen spotless. 1-0 Giants. Last chance now as the Cubs trail 1-0. They'll face Brian Wilson. For the second time in this series, he came in and finished up game 2. The doubleheader on Tuesday went 1-2-3. Leads the majors in saves with 24. And ball 1 to Starlin Castro. He will walk some guys, as you see, 21 in 37 innings. And he's gone 2-0 to Castro.
And you've seen his entire arsenal of pitches that he features this year. A tailing 2-seam fastball in the low 90s, a cutter in the high 80s, and usually tries to work away from everybody. Oh, that's a crusher for a hitter. A pitcher can make a quality strike on a 2-0 count. Tailing fastball started off the outside corner, just nipped the corner at the knees.
Tejada, one away.
Can he do it again? Be the hero 2 games in a row.
Brian Wilson certainly exudes that laid-back California vibe. Got the big beard. Known as a fun teammate. He was born in New Hampshire. He went to LSU. He's been everywhere, man. As Johnny Cash once sang. 2-0. Great postseason for the world champs. 6 for 7 in save chances. Did not allow an earned run. Led the majors last year in the regular season with 48 saves. He's on that pace again. 3-0.
Let's take a look at our BMW Ultimate Drive of the game. 8 hits in the game today, all singles. So we're going to go back to last night. Aramis Ramirez with a game-winning single into left field. That's brought to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana BMW dealers. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And once again, borderline strike on the 3-0 pitch. Just does catch the bottom of the strike zone.
Fly to left. Aaron Rowan back on the track. Gone. He's tied it up. Perfectly placed right at the well.
Oh, right where he likes it. Fastball inner third of the plate, down a little bit. Sounded great off the bat. The ball has not been carrying well here today. Not the way we thought it was going to, but Ramirez gets just enough to tuck it into the basket near that well area. Oh, my.
That's the first home run allowed this year by Brian Wilson. The Giants, by the way, have not lost all year when leading after 8.
Oh, what a feeling as a hitter. You knew you hit it well. You weren't quite sure if it was going to get out, but a fist pump as Ramirez rounds first base, and that ball landed in the bleachers in left field.
One and two on Pena. Third blown save for Brian Wilson. He only allowed 3 homers all of last year, and again, that's the first this season. What a win this would be.
I'd love to see Pena get a fastball up and out over the plate and go the same place Aramis Ramirez did. He's been hitting with power to the opposite field recently. Going to be tough to pull one through that wind out of here today.
To an 0-2 start, he's run it full 3-2. Matt Garza's always in the game, whether he's pitching or not.
That's as quiet as I've heard Wrigley Field with this many people in it. The anticipation of that pitch, everybody was silent as Brian Wilson delivered that pitch.
That home run takes Carlos Zambrano off the hook. He had allowed the only run, an unearned run in the second inning before he left with a sore lower back. After he left, the bullpen has combined for 8 shutout innings on 2 hits. 5 of those innings courtesy Marcos Mateo. The closer Carlos Marmol would get the 10th unless the Cubs get another run. Up the middle. Crawford, the shortstop, will throw out Pena again from the other side of second. Now DeWitt. DeWitt has grounded out to first 3 times. It's gone 3-1. Three and one. Reed Johnson is in the on deck circle. He would hit for Tony Campana. It's going to hold up for Torres, and it's going to send this game into the 10th. Ramirez ties it up with a home run to left. 1-1 after 9. afternoon showdown in the city kicks off our Cubs and White Sox coverage from the ballpark. 12:30 Central Time, and it'll be Edwin Jackson against Randy Wells. Reed Johnson comes into play left, and he'll bat ninth in the Cubs order. Blake DeWitt is out. Carlos Marmol is in. 1-1 in the 10th inning. Marmol got the win last night, even after blowing the save. Giants were hoping that one unearned run in the second inning would hold up. It nearly did, until Aramis Ramirez tied it off the closer, Brian Wilson. Fly ball deep to center. Campana will get under it. This is the 12th time the Giants have gone to extra innings. They're 7-4. Cubs are 4-2, including 3-0 at home.
Stay away from his strength. The Giants are going to beat you in this inning. Make them do it with several base hits to the opposite field. Line drive that time right to Darwin Barney at second base. 2 down. I mean, it's not out of the question that a left-handed pull hitter could possibly hit one through the wind to right field, but you certainly wouldn't expect a right-hander going to the opposite field to be able to cut one through that wind and get it out of here. The danger areas from left center around to the left field foul pole right now.
We should revisit the note earlier that there hadn't been any extra base hits in the game until the Ramirez home run. "52 outs had been recorded combined before the first extra base hit. And we are in the 10th because Brian Wilson gave up his first home run of the season. Swing and a miss. That's the inning. Marmol makes quick work in the 10th. They don't have a hit since the 3rd. 10th, and the guy who started the 9th inning game-winning rally last night. Bat first, Tony Campana. It'll be against right-hander Santiago Casilla.
Pitched Tuesday in game 1 of that split doubleheader, an inning and 2/3. Gave up a run on a couple of hits.
Rally cap time here at Wrigley Field.
It's that time. We always love to get the leadoff hitter on in a tie ball game, but never more so than when Tony Campana happens to be that leadoff man.
Other than the pitcher and catcher, there's one Giant right now currently playing in what would be considered normal depth. That's the right fielder, Sherholtz. Everybody else is in at least a few steps. 1-1. High chopper. He'll get there.
Yeah.
Is he something?
Tony Campana should never, ever swing at a pitch above the belt. Even when he pounds it into the dirt right there by home plate, shoots it up in the air, he can beat that one out. Think he's into it?
Last night it was Reed Johnson who got down the bunt. Coy already showing as the Giants will throw over to first, mainly to check on what Hill was, or rather, Coy Hill was going to do. Reed Johnson is on deck. You get a little bit of a break, Bob, in this spot if you're the batter, because as long as you get it down, they're probably not going to get Campana at second. You don't have to be perfect in this spot.
You would prefer a bunt to the first base side, but as you said, it doesn't have to be perfect. You can bunt it to third. You can bunt it back to the mound as long as you deaden it a little bit.
Only one play.
Nice. Third sack bunt of the season for Coy Hill. Really good form. Keeps that bat level across the top of the strike zone. Takes anything above his hands. Goes from that position down onto the top of the baseball and put it perfectly down that first base side.
Well, your tip of the day before the game was, let's do it again. It's kind of starting to feel like that, isn't it? Bottom of the 10th here, kind of like the bottom of the 9th last night. Javier Lopez is up with Fukudome on deck. But right now it's Casilla and Johnson.
Solid numbers for Reed Johnson with runners in scoring position. Very few teams try to pitch Reed Johnson inside because he is so quick, even though he stands right on top of the plate. But the Giants are one team that have challenged him inside. Reed took a called third strike last night with a runner at third base on a pitch that he thought was off the plate inside. That time right on the corner. He pulls it foul over near the on-deck circle.
A leadoff home run in the bottom of the 11th of Luke Gregerson by Reed Johnson. Way back on April 20th, gave the Cubs a 2-1 win. It was 42 degrees that day. Tejada won't throw it. Not the worst possible result for the Giants. It's an infield hit. They'll set up a force at third and second. Campana holding at second, and Bruce Bochy's coming out.
Yeah, Campana may have been able to advance on that one. You've got the third baseman moving to his left and back into the hole between third and short. I believe with Campana's speed, he might have been able to run right by the left side of the Giants infield and make it to third.
The lefty Lopez coming in for Casilla in the 10th. Mike Quaddy counters with Jeff Baker, has been a specialist in this area in terms of hitting lefties.
See the numbers for Javier Lopez, the Giants left-hander. He's been real good this season. Jeff Baker, .406 this season against left-handed pitching. Also with runners in scoring position and less than 2 outs, the situation we're in right now. Jeff Baker, a .333 hitter.
Again, Torres in center, and this time Scherholtz in right, not playing that deep. Double play depth around the infield. Winning run at second base, that's Campana. Johnson at first.
Well, the strongest throwing arm in the Giants outfield right now is Nate Scherholtz in right field. As you mentioned, playing shallow, he charges hard. Torres with an average arm, but he charges extremely hard as well. And Aaron Rowand, also a very aggressive charging outfielder in left.
Here we go. Breaking ball strike. Lopez has allowed 6 hits all year to lefties. Nobody's been better out of a bullpen against left-handed batters. And that's partially why Mike Quaddy didn't have a lefty up here. And he had Jeff Baker waiting in the wings.
Well, and there's no question the most important runner right now is Tony Campana at second base, but it's also very important that Reed Johnson get as much of a lead over there at first as he possibly can. In the event that Jeff Baker hits a ground ball, Reed Johnson needs to get on the middle infielder, make sure they have no chance to turn a double play.
The kick and the 2-1 pitch. Ground ball. They're going to try to turn it. Crawford. Burris. The stretch by Sandoval. And the inning is over. We go to the 11th, 1-1.
Cubs had runners at first and second with one out. Jeff Baker hits the ground ball to shortstop. Reed Johnson got there just a little bit late at second base to try to break it up. Off balance throw by Emmanuel Burris, a half a step ahead of Baker for the double play. Carlos Marmol on for his second inning of work. The longest outing this year for him was earlier this month in St. Louis, when an inning and 2/3.
Aaron Rowan with his second at bat. Jeff Baker stays in after batting for Fukudome, as the slider is elevated a little bit. 1 ball, no strikes. There's Jeff Baker. That slider ended up right down the middle, 1-1. Again, the Giants, 2 hits in the second, got an unearned run, 2 in the third, none since. This might turn into an all-timer in terms of Cubs history and stellar bullpen work. This is a bullpen's 10th inning of work today, and it has allowed 2 hits and no runs. You'd be hard pressed to find a better line for a bullpen in one day, especially after the starter had to leave in the second inning. And man, would you like it to come in a win?
Absolutely. Be able to celebrate the tremendous outing that the bullpen has had here today. Every time I watch Aaron Rowan in that batter's box, I said it the other day, reminds me of a fan after a game at Wrigley, hanging out in Wrigleyville till 2 in the morning, leaning on a stop sign, waiting for a cab. Just a little wobbly in that batter's box. Carlos Marmol, a little inconsistent with his slider last night. Really good so far today. Nice tight rotation, late break, gets a swinging strike from Aaron Rowan.
Tough day for Torres. He lined out to start the game, but he has struck out 3 times since. Talked about how big his bat is now that Alfonso Soriano is no longer leading off. You have to say it's the biggest bat in baseball among leadoff hitters.
I would think so. Maybe among any hitter. Very few guys use big bats anymore other than Soriano. Torres last year in the postseason for the Giants, many reports about it, was using a 35.5-inch, 35-ounce bat. I would assume that's the same one. Looks like a huge bat in his hands.
We used that bat last year to rack up 67 extra base hits. Torres has battled ADHD and did not take meds for it after being diagnosed in 2002. Finally gave in 2007 after a rough start. Might have saved his career. Right center, Campana is going to call off Baker. Burris with 2 outs. Marmol's faced 5 and has retired all of them. Right field, but foul.
Emmanuel Burris, one of those hitters you like to see him hit the ball in the air, especially to right field today here at Wrigley with the wind blowing in. Go ahead and see how far you can hit it. It's not going to go anywhere.
This is the same team, the Giants, that we saw Tuesday, right?
I think so. Unless those were imposters wearing those gray jerseys. They were banging the ball all over the ballpark during that split doubleheader.
Outside corner. Been tough to be Hensley Mullins, their hitting coach, here the last couple of days. I'm sure he was thinking, boy, after Tuesday, 19 runs combined, you get through that, you go, maybe we've got something going here. But the Cubs pitching staff has completely shut them down since. And as you said, Tuesday, a little bit more of an aberration than these last 2 in terms of what their season has looked like. 4 hits, and we're in the 11th. Inside, and that's ball 4. Their second base runner since the 3rd inning. Pablo Sandoval coming up, so Mike Quade chatting with Carlos Marmol and the rest of the infield on the mound as well. Gives us a chance to give you some finals. Boston beat Philadelphia 5-2. John Lester over David Herndon. as the Red Sox salvage a finale after losing the first two. The Yankees swept the Brewers. They beat them 5-0 today. Detroit won the final game after getting beat in the first two against the Mets. 5-2 Tigers. Verlander and Sabathia winning their games today, and their 11th win, leading the majors. And Detroit will await the Giants tomorrow night. Two other games going on. The Rockies lead the White Sox 4-2 in the top of the 7th at Colorado. And Florida, after a win last night, trying to do it again today. 5-0. They lead the Oakland A's in the 7th. First two games were shutouts in that series. It might be another one.
Sandoval with a plate appearance against Marmol in the game last night. It was an intentional walk. 1 for 2 otherwise in his career against Carlos.
Burris runs, and that ball is hammered way foul.
He hit that one in the hot dog stand. Slider working its way inside on Sandoval. Once that bat got started, he couldn't stop it, so he just went ahead and jerked that ball foul right over his own on-deck circle, back up underneath the concourse.
That's a spot that rarely sees foul balls, and when it does, it's because of a liner.
Manuel Burris 5 out of 8 on the season in stolen base attempts. He had some monster stolen base seasons in the minor leagues, but has not run that much at the major league level. Getting back easily on his belly, way ahead of the throw from Carlos Marmol. He could probably get another step or two on his lead if he chose to do so.
Sandoval angrily slams the bat down after flying out to Reed Johnson. Bottom 11. 1-1. Here, the last couple of days, Cubs squeaked out a 2-1 thriller last night. Came back in the 9th today. Aramis Ramirez homered off Brian Wilson to send it to extras. Javier Lopez got out of a big jam in the bottom of the 10th with runners at first and second and one out as Jeff Baker hit into a 6-4-3 double play. And now it'll be Barney, Castro, and Ramirez in the 11th. And partner, you get to a certain point where as a manager you just can't keep matching up. Lefty John Grabo up for the Cubs after Marmol dealt 2 scoreless innings. So Lopez facing all right-handers to start this inning. 2-0 on Barney. Pitcher's strike, 2-1. Pulled to left into the corner, and a fan reached out. It's foul. Not a lot of room between the line and the wall when you get near the foul pole.
A different wind, maybe a chance to keep that ball fair, but that wind continues to gust in from right field and push that one over into the bleachers.
You see that white line right at the pole. So, I mean, theoretically, a fan could reach into fair territory as Barney swings and misses. 1 out. Starlin Castro with 1 out. Off the outside. We're here because of the on-deck hitter, Aramis Ramirez. Blasted a home run to tie it up off the closer, Brian Wilson. Oh, what a pick again by Burris, and from his pants again.
Stop it.
That's the second time he's gotten Castro, and that was an even better play because that ball was scalded on one hop, and Burris from the seat of his pants throws him out. Wow.
The statistic sheet might not say so, but this Giants team can play some defense. Burris has made a number of fine plays at second base. Same thing for Crawford at shortstop. Sandoval at third base. Today Tejada at third base.
You saw the frustration from Starlin Castro. He kept running, but you could see he wasn't too happy. He should have a couple more hits today.
Well, just keep messing around down there, Javier Lopez. Just missed low that time with a slider.
Ground ball to Crawford, which gets us to the 12th. The Giants won, the Cubs won. Lou Montañez comes into play right. Aramis Ramirez is out after he made the final out of the 12th. Jeff Baker goes to third. And John Grable will go into the 4th spot. He is the 7th Cubs pitcher today. Cody Ross will hit for Lopez.
And Bruce Bochy, if you're thinking about who he has available off the bench in this inning, Cody Ross obviously taking the pinch hit at bat here for the pitcher spot. Aubrey Huff, a left-handed hitter, and Chris Stewart, a right-handed hitter, the backup catcher. For Mike Quaddy moving forward, Giovanni Soto, the catcher, the only position player available off the bench at this point.
2-0 on Ross.
Strike one.
The Giants' last hit was a single by Pablo Sandoval in the 3rd. They've made 26 outs since, with 2 walks.
Strike
all against
two.
the bullpen. Yeah, strike 2. 3-2. Looks like Grable wants a changeup. Here it is. Going outside.
Yeah, I think the changeup was probably the right pitch, Len. Let's take a look at the pitch tracks that particular at bat by Cody Ross against John Grable. See, all those pitches in that up and away area were all changeups. The 2 pitches that were over the plate were the 2 fastballs that he pulled foul down the third base line. I think a changeup was the right pitch. John just needs to make an adjustment to get it down near the strike zone.
Baker in at third. Sherholtz swings away and misses on a slider.
No sign of a bunt. First 2 pitches here to the Giants right fielder. I think that's because Bruce Bochy feels this is one guy he still has in the lineup that has extra base power. Could possibly drive the ball in a gap. Not going to take the bat out of his hands and have him bunt, even against a left-handed pitcher.
2-1. And again, this is Grable's inning. And then you're down to Chris Carpenter in terms of available bullpen arms. 3, and it's airmailed into right. Coy Hill will get an error, and Cody Ross now at second. And 3-1 on the hitter.
Well, if you're going to try to pick with a left-handed hitter at the plate, you either have to go in front of him or behind him. Coy Hill tries to go over the top of Nate Shearholz and air mails it down that right field line for an error.
Crawford on deck, another lefty, and a big 3-2 outside. 2 walks to start the inning.
I think you will see a sac bunt attempt now by Brandon Crawford. Mentioned he's in the lineup for his glove, not for his bat, even though he had a big base hit in that doubleheader. Probably be asked to put down a sac bunt here, more than likely to the third base side of the field. But being a left-handed thrower, this is where John Grabo can really help himself defensively. Should Crawford bunt that ball to the third base side, very easy play for him to pick up and throw to third.
That caught the corner. Not as hard a fastball as you'll see from Grabo at 90 miles an hour. Bunted foul. That's Tejada on deck. Oh, 2 slider taken low. That's Coach Pat Listash with a big book of matchup reports and the like. He gets it down. Well, Crawford did everything he could just to get that ball in play. And they're at second and third. And we'll see if they walk Tejada here to load him up.
I think you almost have to, Len, to set up a potential double play. Eli Whiteside, the Giants catcher, is the next scheduled hitter. Pretty good job that time by Crawford with the 2-strike bunt, getting it down to the first base side. The only play Pena has is to fire on to Darwin Barney covering the bag.
This will be the third walk of the inning, which means the Giants will load the bases without a hit. They still don't have a hit since the third. Aubrey Huff has now jumped into the on-deck circle. And you may say, wow, a lefty against a lefty, but that hasn't really been a problem for Aubrey Huff. He's hitting .341 against lefties on the season.
Really about the only difference getting a left-handed pitcher on the left-handed hitting Aubrey Huff is he does not walk nearly as much against left-handed pitching.
With that sac bunt, that's 27 outs recorded by the Cubs bullpen without a hit. It doesn't go down as a no-hitter. Well, that is not easy to do. Not deep. Montañez, and it's Campana to make the catch, and everybody holding. 2 away.
Boy, fortunately some good communication out there. It looked like Lou Montañez was going to make the play. Tony Campana came in, apparently called him off loud enough that everybody heard it. Quickly got off a throw to the plate. No chance whatsoever to send Cody Ross from third.
This, Bob, is a spot where you'd love to bring Chris Carpenter into the game, but you can't. He's the only guy left. But Aaron Rowand is the perfect guy, if you're the Cubs, to take the lefty out, put the righty in.
Especially
very drastic splits.
Yeah, especially a hard-throwing righty like Chris Carpenter, who could rush him upstairs with good fastballs, drop sliders on that outside corner.
Rowand hitting .393 against lefties. 182 versus right-handers. Swing and a miss on a changeup.
Back-to-back changeups to start the sequence. The first one just off the outside corner. That one a little bit lower, right at the edge of the zone.
To right, Montañez is there, and John Gravo's pumped up. 11 consecutive scoreless innings dealt by the bullpen. Trouble. And these fans down the right field line pretty happy about getting a souvenir baseball from Lou Montañez.
That's why you stick around to the end. All right.
Jeremy Affeldt.
Hey, you want a ball from a player, you got to be an aggressive defender. He was just a little too passive on that one.
Cody Ross still in the game in left, and Chris Stewart, the new catcher. So the pitcher spot again is the 9th spot. That's how long we've played today. Make all these double switches, and pitcher ends up back 9th eventually. Carlos Pena swings and misses.
Well, partner, Cubs need to win it here in the bottom half of the 12th inning because I'm running out of scorecard. I only got 12 innings on my card.
That's a good reason. I have 16 innings. Would you like to borrow a couple?
I'd prefer just to win it here. But thanks for the offer.
Hit hard, but right at the shortstop, Crawford, who throws out Pena again from the other side of the bag. He's normally used to. Yeah, they've worked their way around on the scoreboard as well. the second, but the 12th. Just in your mind's eye, put a little 1 in front of the 2. Lou Montañez earlier in this series. Game 2 on Tuesday, hit a 2-run homer off Barry Zito, his first home run as a Chicago Cub. I think they have been told that they made our broadcast. It is social media day. Out into right center, Torres. Well, Marion Mike Cavallo from Colonial Williamsburg, Virginia. 66 years as Cub fans are here with their 14-year-old grandson Sam, his first ever visit to Wrigley. And it's been a memorable game. 47 people from the Michigan City Senior Center came to the ballpark. Breaking ball is high. Two and one. Coy Hill on deck. And again, no Chris Carpenter warming up yet. And trying to get at least another inning out of John Graybo if you have to. Who's going to take it? Crawford, the shortstop, which gets us to the 13th. We need to borrow a scorecard from my partner. Anyone? But for our local viewers only, Tom Negevin, Lourdes Duarte, Tom Skilling, and Rich King standing by with the WGN News. Well, John Graybo made it hard on himself with back-to-back walks to start the 12th. He got out of it eventually, and now we get into the 13th. Switch hitters now will turn around a bat right-handed. Big swing by Torres on a change. 0-1. Old foul right off our WGN Sports banner.
Man.
Down for the count. Tim Flannery's going to take care of it for us.
Attaboy, Flan.
All right. Thank you, Tim. Apparently Joe Pausback cannot multitask. A swing and a miss, strike 3. Saying, not my job.
Andres Torres has had all kinds of issues against the Cubs left-handed relievers today. It's his 4th strikeout on the afternoon. Really struggles from that right side of the plate.
Pitch. Burris bunts. Barehanded. Baker. The pick by Pena.
What a reassuring feeling for Cubs infielders, knowing if they just get the ball over there somewhere in the vicinity to Carlos Pena, he's going to pick it out of the dirt. Nice barehanded scoop and throw by Baker. Tremendous scoop at the other end by Carlos Pena for the out.
One and one. This is the longest game innings-wise the Cubs have played this season. That's hit very well. Campana's going to run out of room. Pablo Sandoval with a home run, and the Giants lead 2-1. With the way he swings the bat, I mean, he swings as hard as anybody in baseball. It's almost surprising he only has 6 homers now. He has spent time on the DL this year, but that was actually probably the easiest swing of the at-bat.
Yeah, the most controlled swing we've seen him take in this series. Just uses a lot of hands, a lot of wrist, gets it up in the air to left field, and it's enough to ride it about halfway up the bleachers out there.
Cody Ross pops it up. And Montañez will take it. So the Cubs will go to the bottom of the 13th, trailing by a run. Baseball brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Pepsi Max, the official soft drink of Major League Baseball and your Chicago Cubs. 0 calories, maximum Pepsi taste. And by the Illinois Lottery. Play the Wheel of Fortune instant game from the Illinois Lottery for a chance at $250,000. Pablo Sandoval, right-handed, with a go-ahead home run, the first Giant hit since his single back in the 3rd inning. They went 10 innings between hits. Ramon Ramirez now trying to save it for Jeremy Affeldt. Coy Hill, 0-1. A bunt by Hill. Ramirez will field cleanly and get the out.
Solid numbers for Ramon Ramirez this year. His ERA of 1.42 is the 6th lowest among National League relievers. Fastball, slider, changeup pitcher. He'll actually throw his secondary pitches, his slider and his changeup, about 60% of the time.
See if the Cubs can squeak out at least one, get us to the 14th. Eddie Vedder's still here. He's going to sting the stretch in the 14th if we get that far. That's a good incentive. Here's the 0-1 to Reed Johnson. Swing and a miss. Kerry Wood expected to be activated off the DL tomorrow. We will talk to him on our pregame coverage, which starts at 12:30. 2 down here in the 13th. Our Budweiser play of the game. This game is in extras because Aramis Ramirez went deep off Brian Wilson, the first homer allowed, and the Major League saves leader. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. It's all up to Jeff Baker. Ramirez with 1 save this season, 5 in his career, which started in 2006. Oh-2. Fly ball well hit center field. Torres chasing it down. It's going to hit the warning track, and it will put the tying run in scoring position for Darwin Barney on an 0-2 pitch.
And we've talked all day about Andres Torres defensively in center field for the Giants and how shallow he plays. And this time Jeff Baker burns him. Well, middle of the plate fastball on an 0-2 count. Jeff Baker with a little bit of a defensive swing, but absolutely crushed it to straightaway center for a double.
Now Chris Carpenter is up and would get the 14th if we get to that point. Don't think Mike Quade hasn't thought about a potential position player later on the mound. 0-2.
Fans reacting as they saw Chris Stewart reach across and catch that ball a considerable distance away from his body, but he was set up on the outside corner.
An 0-2 to Barney. He held up. 1-2.
Oh.
Very close. Brian Runge made the call.
Yeah, it looked like he was able to check it. Yeah.
Yep. New life. And a 1-2. Ground ball, base hit. Baker trying to score. The throw by Ross over the head of Stewart. They've tied it up at 2-2. Boy, Bob, this inning continuing on an 0-2 and then a 1-2 pitch.
Cody Ross could just about have run to home plate and tagged out Jeff Baker. His throw is nowhere near the plate. Boy, and props to Darwin Barney, not only for the big base hit, but putting his head down and getting himself into scoring position rather than turn at first base and watch the play at the plate.
They will intentionally walk Starlin Castro and force Mike Quaddy to use Giovanni Soto for John Graybo. So the Cubs down to their final half inning, trailing by a run. They tied it in the ninth on the homer. And how about this 13th inning? 2 outs, nobody on. A double by Baker, a single by Barney, and it'll be Giovanni Soto. And then Chris Carpenter if the Cubs don't win it right here. Here we go inside. Pena on deck. And after Chris Carpenter, you've got some towels, catcher's mitt,
security guard.
The 1-0 pitch. 2-0 to Giovanni Soto. Here comes a 2-1. 3-1. When you love Pena potentially coming up with the bases loaded with his keen eye at the plate. Even though he is 0 for 5 on the day, he's going to make Ramirez throw strikes. Soto's doing that. 3-1 taken, 3-2. Any base hit to the outfield now will win it. Runners will get a head start. There they go. Giovanni Soto deep to left. Gone! A 3-run homer to win it. What a finish!
Giovanni Soto took two very hittable pitches early in the sequence, but must have known what he was doing. He got a third fastball on the inside part of the plate, a no doubt home run to left field. All this started with 2 outs in the 9th inning, or rather, the 13th inning.
Another last at bat win. First career pinch hit home run for Giovanni Soto. What a ball game.
Unbelievable. Woo.
We'll be right back here tomorrow. What do the Cubs have in store for the White Sox? They earn the split 3-2 on this homestand. 12:30 for the airtime showdown in the city. And then it's Edwin Jackson and Randy Wells, the White Sox and the Cubs from Wrigley Field. Chicago Cubs baseball in high definition is brought to you by Xfinity, only from Comcast. And now for Bob Brenly and our entire crew, Len Casper saying goodbye from Wrigley Field. For our Chicago viewers, the WGN News is coming up. What a comeback win. The final in 13, Cubs 5, Giants 2.